Okay. The grind is back on. Hey, Mr. Ari. Hey, Lord Keys. All right, so you see this 1133566? We're going to show that that's where we are. Yeah, no problem, Turtle. Thank you for your generosity. One 33566. At plus 20 from that dog is 1,133,586. Okay, so now the experience discrepancy because of Fiscal Lizard has been accounted for. Now we can go back to PowerWash Sim. So we're gonna spend. So if you didn't see the end of the last Monetary Dragon stream, um, if you didn't see that, if you don't know what's going on, we have a problem. Our problem is that the foot pedal no longer works. We might be able to solve, and probably we could solve the foot pedal problem by like unplugging it and plugging it back in. Also, if there's a mechanical issue with the foot pedal, I have two foot pedals, and I could just like switch from one foot pedal to the other. Um, the problem is that if I do that, I risk crashing FF7. And given that we are 580 hours in, I really don't want to risk crashing FF7. So this is one of my input devices for the grind. You see, I've done some modifications to it so that, like, I've taped a little bit of cardboard here and here on spacebar. Spacebar is the confirm button. I taped a little bit of cardboard here. This is my up button. This is my down button. And I'm going to try just using this like it's a foot pedal. And we're going to try that while doing PowerWash Sim. And if that works well enough, then that's just how it's going to be for the rest of the run. If I can't make this work, if I can't get this to be like at all functional, then the kind of content that we're going to do for the next 700 hours or so is just going to be very different. It's going to be a lot of reading and like reacting. But basically the purpose of this stream is to see if I can figure out how to make it viable to use the keyboard with my feet. I did some testing of it and it seemed to be kind of okay. Well, so you probably have a lot of thoughts running through your mind really quickly, Hobbyman Mike, about how this issue could be addressed. But the main problem is that almost everything that you could think of is something that could potentially destabilize FF7. So almost everything that you'd be like, oh, have you tried this? How about you do that? These are all things that are no-goes because they risk crashing FF7. Yeah, I'm unwilling to. I have two foot pedals. I have a direct exact replacement of the foot pedal that's not working. And I could just plug that one in. Um, but I would take a non-zero chance of risking the 580 hours, and I don't want to do that. One thing that doesn't risk crashing FF7 is wearing a cute hat. So we're gonna try the cute hat. Oh, I need the 16 by 9 monitor. Give me a moment. Okay, I've got my monitor working. Right. This this is down. This is up. This is confirm. We're going to be playing with our toes. So, one nice thing, so given that I've got like a plastic uh carpet floor whatever covering here, um the rubber feet that are on the bottom of this keep this from being able to slide around on the floor. So this is going to stay this is going to stay in one spot. So if I can get used to where things are, then it won't shift around on me the way that the foot pedal used to. You know how the foot pedal kept sliding and I'd have to keep pulling it back? So first we need to get this positioned. Spinning. That's a good trick. Thank you, Ifrit, for the 46%. 46 bits. Let's see if we can make it to 40. Let's see if we can make it to completion level 47% today. Okay. So once we get the keyboard positioned. Oi, Yamo, Rika, as you can see, my foot pedal broke. So now we're playing with our toes instead of our feet. Okay, we're going to continue. We're going to clean the motorbike and sidecar. See, this is up. Down. You may have seen the pics of my hubby and I becoming the first sidecar to complete the 24-hour Great Plains Challenge. Everyone thought the tracks were just too bumpy and 24 hours in the seat was too restrictive, but it was no problem at all. When I got uncomfortable, I just took my hands off the throttle for a second and gave them a shake. The brutal 5-hour the brutal 5-hour river section sure took it out of the sidecar, though. Can you clean it up? By the way, Bobby wondered if you knew any chiropractors. Okay, did you send me a message about something important? Is it urgent? Is the question something that's time sensitive? Okay. So the plan is to have my right toe always on the correct button for the right toe. And then I move my left toe back and forth between confirm and left. And if I can probably find a way to sit so that I can see the left button. The left button being down. Okay, so first we're just going to do a once-over on everything. On the sidecar thing here. I think this is going to be doable. It's going to take a while. Like, this full stream is going to be spent learning how to do this. Like, getting comfortable with it. But I think this will be doable. Yeah, you see this drain right here? This is taking in all of that water. Okay, we lost Cloud. And one of the issues is that Cloud can easily accidentally run to the right. This is actually a really hard level to start on while trying to learn the new keyboard. Okay, so the tire's done. Spoke set somehow has a lot of... Okay. smoke set's done. Marquise. When people say have a good one, what kind of noun are they talking about? Have a good what? Like, the first kind of a one that comes to mind is a cold one. That's like a beer. I think a cold beer in a can is a cold one. But I don't drink beer. Okay, this spoke set is invincible. Okay, the exhausts are both defeated. Okay, spoke set is dead. Oh, we've got the entire top of this. Okay, what's left? Pretty sure I could pass this off as being cleaned. Fender, number plate. Gotta be the front one. Fender cleaned. Side mirrors. Okay, it's the back of this. What do you mean, side mirrors? They look clean to me. Okay, this one. Probably underneath it. Job complete. All right, this is going to work, and this should be relatively... So I'm kind of stress testing the toe pedal idea with this game. This is a relatively difficult game to do with this arrangement. Because I'm using both of my hands, like this way, and like moving a mouse and stuff. I think if I can do this, then I can definitely do Persona 5. I think Persona 5 will do the full day with PowerWash Sim, and then probably Persona 5 will be the next game to be played while running the keyboard on the floor. Great job on the sidecar. It never looked better. Tempted to go in for the Appalachian Way mega run now. It's always been Bobby's dream. Alright. Fire truck time. FA. We're currently down at Oakwood Falls. About to risk life and limb, cause someone thinks they saw the mayor's cat licking its paw under the waterfall. It's got to stop, and I've had a brainwave. Bring the old truck out from the garage, give it a cleanup, and send the recruits out on that wild goose chase, whilst the rest of us get on. I don't want to do this guy's job. This guy doesn't know how to talk. I would refuse to serve this person. You lost me when you said when you used COS instead of because. Only punk rockers are allowed to do that. Okay, this is a level that calls for soaps. This level is going to be really hard with no soaps. We're going to use the laser beam a lot. First, we're going to give everything a once-over. Or at least we'll give this side of the truck a once-over. Yeah, this is all rusted. AKRD. Oh, so I have news. So now that we have a tow cam, that means we can do socks. So we've graduated from slippers to socks now. Bulbasaur socks exist. Highland Cow socks exist. What I actually need are toe socks. Rainbow toe sock, is that with each toe a different color? Because that sounds like the best kind. Yeah, before long, this is going to be monetizable in other ways as well. I can start streaming to only toes. Why didn't they use their own hose? Apparently I have free water. They probably had to pay for their own water if they used it. We're gonna pretend that that's just the explanation. Oh, the actual in-game explanation is that they're busy rescuing a cat right now. We're doing this while the entire fire department is out rescuing a cat that's trapped behind a waterfall. So the real question is, why didn't they take the truck and put it underneath the waterfall? Oh, if they used pressure, they would also destroy the houses at the same time as putting out fires. Okay, so the wheel is entirely rust. So is everybody hyped for Persona 5? Persona 5 will probably start this week. No. P5V. Vanilla. Yeah, the fact that it's so long is something that I'm counting on. I'm expecting it to be over 200 hours, the way that I play it. So, my plan, Best Friends Club, um, I'm going to play through the game until I've completed, on normal difficulty, on whatever the standard default difficulty is. I'm going to play through the game until I've beaten the first dungeon, which I think is the first, like, kind of tutorial arrangement, whatever, for the game, and then I'm gonna start again on whatever the highest difficulty is, and then play through the full game on max difficulty. And the process of doing that should easily take over 200 hours. But for huge games like that, that's often how I'll do it, where I'll play, like, through the beginning of the game on standard difficulty, just to learn how the game works. Yeah. I'm not gonna dive directly into, like, I'm not gonna try to learn game mechanics well on the hardest difficulty. We'll do a test run just to, like, see how things go. Get to where I understand all the mechanics, and then start for real on the hardest. I did that with Witcher 3, for example. Like, on Witcher 3, I went through the whole White Orchard thing on ordinary difficulty. After I completed that, then I did the entire game. I started from the beginning again, doing the entire game on Death March without using Quen. And that was awesome. Yeah, so you should learn how to stop making mistakes. That's the lesson the game is trying to teach you. If wizardry were forgiving, it wouldn't be wizardry. If it were like any other RPG, then beating it wouldn't be an accomplishment. And you're kind of on easy mode because resetting is allowed. Yeah, I know. You're not complaining, you're praising it. But most of the people, like, in the Steam reviews would be complaining. Yeah, I don't know if I ever had a Katana Plus 2. I know that attacking from hiding is pretty good. I think your big disadvantage is that you're not doing any class switching, and that means you don't have, like, everybody with tilt-away. So when my ninja was weak, he could just cast tilt-away. Or NAL burst, as the game calls it. Nothing allowed living. Now we detail clean. New job available. No weird stuff, I promise. Do you not have a lord? Game is going to be hard if you don't have a lord. Evil party? Okay. You're probably... If you're going to beat the DLC, you're going to need to change classes then, if you don't have a lord. You do have a samurai, I assume. If you don't have a lord or a samurai, you're in big trouble. 2 samurais? Okay. Okay, well at least you have a bishop. Oh, but you only have 1 bishop, right? Yeah, only 1 bishop is going to be a problem. You can't double up your magic wall then. Control panel defeated. Wheel is defeated. Okay. We need to attack from above here. That worked. This hose is getting hosed. See what I did there? Well, I never made the claim that the hose was going to be functional after I cleaned it. Merely that it would be clean when I was done. Don't try to use this hose to put out a fire after I've cleaned it. If you do try to use it, though, to put out a fire, I'll be able to pinpoint the problem with regards to what went wrong.
You're following me.
Just a little bit.
Thanks to the follow, is that California's Hope? Very optimistic. Have hope for California. I used to have a foot pedal. My foot pedal is broken. Now I'm using a wireless keyboard that I'm playing with my toes. I think you have been watching Fiscal Lizard streams recently. So check out the document that I just linked to. That starts with the frequently asked questions thing. And read through that if you want to learn about what's going on here. Until very recently, I was using an actual foot pedal, like that people would normally use for live split or whatever. But that has broken. That just recently broke. This is the first stream that I'm doing, where I'm using my toes. So like, say this is my right foot. To have Cloud run up and down, using a wireless keyboard on the floor. I'm trying to get used to this. If and when I get used to this, then we will, then we'll start playing Persona 5 as the next game. Yeah, somebody started with Fiscal Lizard and then graduated to Monetary Dragon. But Fiscal Lizard is where I'll stream when I want to, like, play offline. Usually I'm, like, watching YouTube videos or reading the news or otherwise, like, imagine that's my being offline. But for the sake of full transparency, to show that I'm not cheating, and not just, like, editing myself in more experience points in between actual streams, I'm streaming all of the Fiscal Lizard stuff for full disclosure. And then some people even like watching it too, but I don't talk during it. I don't interact with chat. I have chat as turned off as possible. My actual streams are here on this channel. Yeah, I finished Better Call Saul, so I'm probably going to go back to Star Trek. I've got a watch through of Deep Space Nine that got interrupted when Netflix cracks down on shared passwords. And I'll probably finish that. I'm currently at, like, season 5 or so of Deep Space Nine. I've seen Deep Space Nine repeatedly. I'm going through it probably the 3rd time now. And then I might even watch Voyager. No, I would never stream that. Oh, no, I'm not saying to use or not use on stream for Deep Space Nine. Used to work for Hulu before and after the Diz. Yeah, I was recently... So, basically, I've torrented all of the Star Trek. So, I just have that available. I had been using... my household here in the United States had been using a Brazilian Netflix account. Owned and operated, or, you know, owned and paid for by people who live in Brazil. And then Netflix cracked down. They're like, you know, hey, you're in the wrong country, dude. Actually, you're in the wrong continent. So probably this isn't your Netflix account. And it turns out they were right. And then I went to Brazil and torrented all the Star Trek. So I really showed them. And no, by shutting off our Netflix, they did not get us to buy Netflix. They did not convert us into a customer. Okay, so this tire is already clean. You've been playing an old PSX mod on DuckStation for your phone called Platinum Type. Are you talking about of FF7? This is an FF7 mod. When the grind is done, I'm gonna play FF7. Have you heard of FF7 hard type? I wonder if that's related to this. So I have hard type on disk. This is a PSX ISO, so you can play this on hardware. But it's probably somehow related to this. So you could emulate this or play it on hardware. Assuming that your hardware is modified, like mod chipped or whatever, which mine is. I have some. I've heard good things about hard type. I will be streaming hard type at some point. Not during the level 99 grind, but after it. Yeah, I wish there were more mods for PSX FF7. The modding community for the game is based almost entirely around PC, but PC has a lot wrong with it. There's so much that's broken with FF7 PC that makes it very unenjoyable to play. There's only one modder you know that has the tools to expand the ISO. Your image was at 2 megabytes and it broke the menu. Yeah, 2 megabytes is a lot. It might not be a lot by modern standards, but for 1997, 2 megabytes was a lot. Okay, the entire front of this is going to need laser beam washing. How? You shrunk Tifa's image? Okay, did you leave her boobs the correct size? Okay, at least you stripped Tifa. You stripped some colors off of Tifa. You had to add more colors to avoid colors being stripped. I don't know how that works. I would initially guess that it had something to do with how colors were supposed to get, like, blended, on a CRT. You know how everybody's playing FF7 wrong? Everybody's playing every modern video game wrong because they're not playing on a cathode ray tube television, so everything looks incorrect. It looks different than what the developers intended. You're not supposed to see individual pixels when you play FF7 or any other game from that era or before. You're supposed to see blendings of clusters of pixels as blended by a CRT television. Exclamation point Discord. I would advise against spamming the Discord if you want to be able to if you want to stick around for a while. But when you say each menu image, like if you're about to post like 10 of them, that would be bad. Or even 5 of them might be pushing it. Okay. Yeah, my Discord is kind of a quiet place. It does exist, though. pixels can look pretty decent on a RetroTink 5X. I'll admit that. But that's not how the game was originally intended to look. Okay, so what you've... Yeah, I see it. Yeah, what you've posted... Okay, that's a really interesting Tifa. That's a mod of... So what you're modifying is based off of the PC port of FF7. Or actually, no, are you using an emulator? Is that an emulator you have on your phone? Okay, because when I see the you know, the buttons that are over the top of it. Okay. Alright, so that's an actual ISO hack. So you could press that to disk and run it on original hardware then. That's pretty cool. So this here is an ISO hack. That's a full game overhaul. Combat rebalancing overhaul. Enemies have... So, enemy AI scripts are different. Enemy attacks are different. There's all sorts of rebalancing to make the game harder. And it's an ISO hack that runs on original hardware. It's not just... It goes way beyond what you've done here. I would suggest that you look into that and learn more about it. You would probably find it interesting. Okay, I'm just saying this because of what you said not long ago about how... About how nobody is gonna want to do anything more than just... Like, I thought you made a comment, I'm scrolling up and not finding it, but I thought you made a comment at one point recently about how people aren't going to modify the ISO beyond just, like, changing images like you've done. And that isn't true. People have actually done full game overhauls for the ISO. Modding the textures was near impossible unless you expand the ISOs? Okay. By making them too big to fit on a disc, you mean? Which would make them emulator only? Okay. Now I understand. You were talking specifically about texture file size limitations. basically. Somebody modded a Masamune in as a replacement for Buster Sword. It was like 1,000 kilobytes too big. It broke all the ultimate weapons. That's kind of funny. Shouldn't have made it 100 kilobytes too big. So it kind of sounds like whatever they did for compression at the end, whatever the original game devs did to compress the data, like when they were done making everything, was done in such a way that it's not easy to unpack, add more, and then recompress. And that's probably a lot of the problem. Platinum type, they changed the stats of nearly all enemies and bosses. They nerfed a couple items except W item, HP absorb. So, those... It's extremely likely that Platinum type was either made by the same people who did Hard type, or it was heavily inspired by Hard type. I think Hard type came first. I think Hard type was one of the earliest PSX ISO hacks. If not the earliest PSX ISO hack. Thanks, Raijin. I think those messages don't show up for people who aren't mods. So I think nobody knows, nobody except, like, you, me, and DJ, even know that, Oval Omelet, even tried to post that. And what that means is that Twitch is getting better at stopping them. That means you can go modless. Or if your mods aren't around, it's okay. Yeah, we're almost halfway done. We're almost at 47%. Just to think about how many elevator orgasms we're gonna have when we reach 47%. Yeah, Twitch most likely has an... Twitch probably suspends accounts that get that have a pattern where they make a post and then instantly get banned, and that happens a few times really quickly. That's probably enough for... Ironically, Hardtype was released in August and Platinum in September. I was right! I did it. I guessed correctly. Oh, new threat on a PSX ISO would be really cool. Well, I guess correctly as far as one of them happening before the other. With accuracy down to the month. I'm going to interpret this as a win, because I very easily could have guessed wrong. Platinum by Dr. Dimension, Hardtype by Gallon Myra. Have either of them gone on to make any more ISO hacks? Yeah, for RE2, that situation's well known. The developers thought they were going to need 2 discs, and then they didn't know, they didn't find out that 1 disc would have been enough, until after they had already committed to 2 discs, and were far enough that it was getting released as 2. Is True Necrosis a PSX ISO? I don't believe so. Almost nothing is a PSX ISO. Pretty much the full modding community, for FF7 at least, is making mods of FF7 PC. Because it's by far it's way the fuck easier to make mods of FF7 PC than to make PSX ISOs. Yeah, the CSR thing from very recently. And the reason that's a PSX ISO is because it kind of has to be for training purposes. Apparently there's an FF9 CSR also now. That's pretty cool. That's going to be really useful when I eventually learn FF9. Okay, so we're going to have to get on top of this thing. Okay, we're on top of it. Police rules, fire drools. Yeah, it has built-in ladders, but ladders that go straight up and aren't at an angle don't seem to work. The physics engine in this game doesn't really allow direct straight-up climbing. So we need to supply our own ladders to get on top of something that has ladders. So the good news is that almost all of the memory stuff is already mapped by the speedrunning community. So if you want to change something, what there is that's available to change is very well known. Dimensive. Are you liking the toe cam? We're gonna have to switch. We're gonna need to get Bulba socks for the toe cam. We run up with right toe. We run down with left toe. And we confirm with left toe. I don't know. I haven't unplugged it. For me to answer that question would put the run at risk. I assume that the pedal is just fine. But we'll find out after we finish the run. In like 700 hours, we'll get the answer to that question. Yeah, hopefully this is sustainable in terms of... So, it's my right ankle that's far more damaged than my left ankle from this, and all my right foot has to do is put a little bit of pressure down with the big toe. Right now, it's my left toe that's basically doing all of the work. This should be sustainable long-term. Oh, also, Dimensive, if you just got here, Arcanum is being pushed back. The next big game is going to be Persona 5. And anyone who's listening that didn't hear it, the next big game will be Persona 5. We'll start Persona 5 either tomorrow or the next day. But this week. Percentage is based off of reaching level 99. We are over 46% of the way to level 99. Well, hopefully he doesn't think that turn-based RPGs are dog shit. There's no kernel editor. A wall market will allow you to edit the kernel. CrowdClock can do it too. Okay, the magic defense bug is fixed, you're trying to say. In an ISO hack. That's nice. That's all rusty. So these ladders are the hard part. These ladders are all rusted. Oh, this is video game water, so it's fine. This is different from normal water. Imagine water, but better. And you've got video game water. It's PB Blaster. Yes, this is liquefied peanut butter, which does not cause rust. High-pressure peanut butter in our PB Blaster. Hey, Nonchalant Nate. Okay, well, now the truck is clean, magically. Are you enjoying the tow cam? We have a tow cam now. I'm really glad we disabled the Windows key in Windows Registry. Otherwise, this would not be a viable input option. Did he find any other Enks? Elevators, Mighty Grunts, and that's when I stopped watching. You can escape from icicles, but you could always escape from icicles. And you need to defeat the icicles. Only elevators for the entire game. That's really it? Okay, that's really sad. So basically that means on PC, you can save a little bit of time on Mighty Grunts and that's it. Everything else is coded in such a way that the boss is also inescapable. So I was expecting that the forced encounters, like, on the way to carry armor would probably be escapable. And that the elevator, not the train fights. Also, the forced encounters on the way to Rude for Rocket Town. I thought those would have a good chance of being escapable. And the train fights. But apparently... So, PC 100% could do it. PC 100% could skip Mighty Grunts. They're not considered a boss. Okay, so these ladders are going to be really annoying to do without soaps. So if it's not viable with Speed Square, then if you had a choice between using Speed Square, or using FPS Fix and skipping Mighty Grunts, you would choose Speed Square. You would take the time lost from Mighty Grunts to take the time saved from Speed Square. So basically that means you don't do it. And also, FPS Fix is going to no longer be accepted for leaderboard submissions, starting January 1st, 2025. So you've got 3 months left that you can use that skip before Speed Square, like, obsoletes it. Given current rule sets. But yeah, it's always cool to see new stuff happen, new stuff discovered in a game that's as well studied, that's been studied for so long, so intensely by so many people for so many years. Seeing new stuff in it is awesome. Oh yeah, he can put you into quad sevens. Anytime an enemy puts you into quad sevens is great. It's bad though. Twice now, there are documented examples of Demon's Gate being put into quad sevens and then a demon rush wiping out the party. Okay, so you mean if he's already in quad 7 stats? If he's already at quad 7 status, so to speak? If he's already in all 7 fever? Yeah. I like that they have that in the game. I dislike that they have the slots insta-kill against anything, including Super Boss's thing. Job complete. But Quad 7, I have no complaints about. Alright, we got a new job during this job. Let's check it out. Looks like we're going to spend the whole day power washing and having a good time while playing FF7 with our toes. FA, you're a legend. That is absolutely pristine. Even the rust's gone. I used my magical de-rusting water. That should get the mayor off our backs for a while, which means we can all go back to doing the jobs we're paid for. Thanks, pal. Clean the recreational vehicle. Doc, we'd like you to meet our trusty RV. Before we settled down at Esther's, we traveled around the country, chasing mysteries, doing odd jobs, just bumbling around, really. One day we might be deep in a wood. Next we're traveling at breakneck speed along country roads, evading the authorities. All of which has taken its toll on our poor RV. Please give her the clean she deserves to reclaim her crown as Queen of the Open Road. Alright, let's kick some ass. This is going way better than I expected. The process of using the keyboard on the floor is going way the fuck better than expected. Apparently, this is going to be just fine. We might even still be able to play games like Arcanum and Diablo 2. And vampire survivors. Actually, vampire survivors shouldn't be a problem because you can just die a lot and you keep gaining strength each time you die. Okay, so I guess we're just going to do the exact same thing. Start from this corner. Give everything a once-over with the yellow nozzle. And then laser beam everything at the end. It's going to be a lot of rust. But we've got our magical derusting water. The only concern... So, can you see a keyboard right now, Raijin? Can you look down and see a keyboard? My run up is the plus button on the numpad. My run down is the 0 button on the numpad. The two ways that something can go wrong. So just to the right of the 0 button, numpad 0, is a period. You know, the decimal point. And then to the right of that is enter key. That's this right. The very bottom right corner is the enter key. If I hit the enter key, that ends up toggling off Cloud's auto run status. And then I have to toggle it back on using this. But that's not a problem. In the 2 hours so far, that's happened only one time. The other concern is that right and left on the directional pad here. So the next button directly to the left of numpad 0 is right. And if I hit that, then Cloud runs to the right. Then the solution to that is to reach over to the laptop and press left. So sometimes I'll accidentally hit enter, and then I'll have to toggle off and then toggle back on Cloud's auto run effectiveness. Yeah, those are the two worst things. This particular keyboard does not have a Windows key in this area, and the Windows key has already been disabled in Windows Registry. But those are the two worst things. I have... You see how I've got, like, something taped onto this? The bottom edge of the plus key... Yeah, the bottom edge of the plus key has a little bit of cardboard taped to it, and that's just so I can feel where it is. So I can feel that with my foot, so I know where the border is. So I know where to put pressure with my right toe, so that I don't accidentally hit the enter key with my right toe. And then I've also got indicators like that. You look up here, I've got an indicator like that, so I can feel where the space bar is with my left toe when I go over to there. Also, I'm at an angle. I'm sitting at an angle where I can look down, and I can see the 0 key. So whenever you see me look down like this, I'm checking to make sure that I'm positioning my left toe correctly. And eventually, I should be able to autopilot it just fine. So basically, we seem to be pretty much good to go. This has been going way better than I expected. It's really, really, really good that we started out on keyboard and then gave up on it, because we learned a lot from using keyboard at the beginning. And of everything that we learned from the first couple streams that ended in that crash, it's really, really good that we learned that stuff then, so that we're not screwed now. Remember when a lot of people were, like, depressed and sad and like, oh no, when I lost, like, 9 hours of progress because of the game crash? And I was just like, oh, I was happy that the game crashed when it did, so that I would learn and could work around it. Then spent like the next full stream trying to get the system as stable as possible, and then I started again. And people are like, why did you restart? And people, you know, I'm very grateful for that game crash. That was very educational. Yeah, I was actually like, well, we could look it up on the grind progress thing. I was 0.81% done. Yeah. You could have rounded up to 1%. Yeah, we're on battle speed fast, of course. Next time we'll do this on console then, and we're gonna run PAL. Battle speed slow as possible. PAL, original PSX. So no PS2, no fast disk speed. Not even standard disk speed with the PS2. Then it'll only be like 2,000 hours. Yeah, and in German, of course. That way the hundo at the end is more interesting. That way we can omni-schlag. Oh, then when people say, why don't you turn up the battle speed? I can say, I don't know how, because I can't read German. Yeah, Omnischlag actually is in German FF7. That's not a joke. That's the actual name of Omnislash, is Omnischlag. Yeah, this is actually the Breaking Bad RV. We're gonna wash away the bullet holes. You think it's dirty on the outside, check out the inside where they have the meth lab. Wait. Hold on. You missed an important point of that quotation. So, I recently watched Breaking Bad and then Better Call Saul, and for well over a decade now, for like 2 decades now, I've been exposed to Breaking Bad references without noticing any of them. Or like some of the really obvious ones, like the ones involving Walter. I knew, okay, that's Walter, that's like the guy. But there are memes all over in pop culture related to Breaking Bad that completely went over my head until now. And now they're like, now I see them and they're everywhere. Like Jesse Pinkman and Andrea, like watching, like sitting in those crappy chairs looking at the television. I think Andrea's her name. And then, like, what's on the television gets changed to be whatever they're memeing about. So, the best Breaking Bad joke that I encountered recently. This was on a video that compiled all of Lyle's appearances in Better Call Saul, and then somebody commented on the video, quotation by Lyle, "Gus Fring couldn't have done it without me." Yeah. Yes, he refused to die in the same. That's good too. I appreciate that. You'll fit in well here, Callie. I think you found the correct stream. You know when he's asking Gus, after Gus shows up, and he's asking Gus, like, are you sure it's okay for me to leave you alone here? The reason he's asking that is obviously because he could kill all those people, like, right now, if Gus asked him to. So you know how Tuco's got one of his guards, one of his bodyguards, whose job isn't to protect Tuco, but to protect other people from Tuco? That's actually Lyle for Gus. So when Gus slits that guy's throat, with the utility knife, you know, in the super lab, the reason he's able to do that is because Lyle wasn't there to stop it. So Lyle was probably also the guy that... So you know Gene's scam at the end of Better Call Saul? Where Saul is, has gotten back in the game and is working with a couple people. One of them is a taxi driver, as Gene, whatever the last name is, while in hiding. And their scam is to do identity theft stuff, and they're selling the information of the people whose identities they're stealing to somebody. The person they're selling it to is almost definitely Lyle. What happened to the foot pedal? It's dead. And we can't diagnose it without risking... We can't diagnose it without risking crashing FF7, so we're just leaving it as is. We've switched to using the wireless keyboard on the floor with our toes. And that's probably just how it's going to be for the next several hundred hours. The keyboard is working better than expected. So we should be fine. Lyle probably runs Madrigal. And he's just hiding in plain sight. He wants to keep an eye on Gus, so he agrees to pretend to be an employee for Gus. Well, we still have the keyboard... Yeah, let's hope the keyboard doesn't break. But if the keyboard does break, we still have this. If we have to do, like, the last 200-300 hours with this, that's no problem.
I'll try spinning. That's a good trick.
Thanks to the spin, Leadhead.
Use it, Clara.
Get you a spin. Oh, with 3 months, that gets you the blue chocobo. Congratulations on reaching your blue chocobo. Congratulations on your spin. You had a game crash because the controller momentarily disconnected. Well, I'm gonna just not momentarily disconnect the controller. So that's why I'm refusing to unconnect and then reconnect the foot pedal, because I don't want to risk a game crash for that reason. Yeah, basically, the point at which you gain the blue chocobo is when you've watched enough of the stream that there's no going back, and basically this has become part of your identity. I own your soul now. But the good news is that you have access to all the emotes. So it's totally worth it. I bet you didn't know you had a soul. We're using video game water. No, actually, probably we're billing the... So, apparently we've agreed to do this job for like $400. 400 video game dollars. And then we're probably just billing the owner for the water. That's why we're not using soaps. That's why we're taking the job as leisurely as possible. We're paid by the gallon, basically. Yeah, it doesn't just remove the rust, it also reapplies paint and or polish where the rust used to be. You need a lot of pressure for that. Underside of that is going to be kind of annoying. So, is everybody, like, fucking hyped as fuck for when the grind is done and we actually get back to FF7 100%? I feel like I've got some big PBs coming. Sub 1545 PSX is totally inevitable. We'll see if we can sub 1540. Like, I've been away from it long enough that I'm willing to learn elevator manip. I would be interested to learn elevator manip. We could even do bar skip. Can you imagine a 100% speed run with bar skip? That could be a thing next year. So the first thing I'm going to have to look into is whether or not double poison actually saves time in Hundo. We need to make a decision on whether or not to do double poison. So it makes Bottom's Well more consistent. I don't know if it makes Bottom's Well faster. But nothing really after Bottom's Well is helped by having a second poison materia in Hundo. And if I do get it, that means I have to relearn, I have to redesign pretty much every menu after that point to account for the fact that there's an extra poison materia in my inventory. I would guess that we're not going to do it, that we're probably not going to get the second poison. But that needs to be scrutinized. And that decision affects all other decisions, so that one has to come first. I don't know. They'll probably hear about it after. Abysssoft knows about it. I think he calls himself Abbysoft. You know, the guy who made the World Rec FF7 any percent no slots world record history video. He is aware of the grind. And everybody who's, like, actively in the FF7 community is aware of the grind. Who is active on Twitch, I should say. So probably Abbysoft will do a YouTube video on it once it's done. Yeah, is there anybody from Square who's still at Square Enix? Okay, so there's something there's got to be something relatively big that I'm missing on this. For left body. Maybe from above, there's some of it. The real question is, does Lyle know about the grind? If Lyle knows about the grind, then we've made it. Well, apparently there's been stuff happening in chat that I haven't noticed. Okay, yeah, you're just talking about the extremely, the really good water that we're using. It's rust removal, polishing, and painting water. But no soap. Hey, Expanse. I saw you watching Fiscal Lizard. Hopefully my Monetary Dragon content is also up to snuff. I know, when I stream as MD, the FF7 is not as big. Doesn't take up as much of the screen space. But you can still see it, I hope. Well, you figured out my plan. So, no, that's not how it works, actually, Expanse. Sometimes I see that there's a view count, and it's not 0. I expect the view count to be 1, because I'm always watching with the Monetary Dragon account. So Monetary Dragon is always a viewer of Fiscal Lizard. But whenever the view count isn't 1, I'll get confused as to why the view count isn't 1, and then I'll look to see who's there, and then it's the usual suspects. It's not like a test of loyalty. It's a question of, like, who's crazy enough to watch this. It's just curiosity on my part. The real test is going to be, will they keep watching even when I time them out for a couple weeks at a time because they posted something. As soon as you post something in chat, you're getting a 13-day timeout. That's the longest I can time anybody out for without banning them. And then for me, it's not really about the content, it's about completing the grind. Content is a distraction. You left the reactor? Is there a game past the reactor? It's been months since I've been past the reactor. In an unmodified FF7. Oh yeah, no spoilers. Thanks for not spoiling. The rest of the game is pretty good. I hope it's as good as before the reactor. Imagine if it was so good that there was like a talking dog-cat hybrid. That would be really good. Yeah, a lot of people thought that. A lot of people were thinking that around the time that you did the second reactor. And then once you make it to the world map, so on my first playthrough, I thought that I was probably at the end of the game when I beat Motorball. Or I was probably at least 80% of the way done. It felt like it was a short game, but so much had happened already that it felt like this could actually be the end. It was so epic, you know? Then you make it to the world map and you're like, holy fuck, I just started. Yeah, it was so weird. Why did they have those other discs? That didn't make sense. Or maybe I was thinking along the lines of, okay, Midgar is probably disc 1, which is what they ended up actually doing effectively when they made Remake in 3 parts. Yeah, everybody was blown away by the summons. Chokamog is just a tease, and then when you actually, like, cast Ifrit, like, holy fuck, this is awesome. Cast Shiva 69 times, nice. It turns out that caring about video games ends up being good if you're a video game company. What a surprise. Okay, bumper's dead. Okay, so this counts as rear body. I remember when people said that that was true. I never really got into that. I wasn't really a PC gamer at that time. And I'm not really into real-time strategy games, so, like, StarCraft didn't do anything for me. I also didn't play... I haven't played any MMOs. So, yeah, I played Warcraft 2. That was good, but it wasn't, like, life-changing. I never got into World of Warcraft. I played the original... So from that era, I played the original Diablo, and I played Warcraft 2, and that's basically it. That's all that immediately comes to mind as far as Blizzard games from that time period. So part of the reason why we have Diablo 2 on the to-do list during this grind is because I haven't played it before. It'll be my first run at Diablo 2. Left Endor forced out. Have you heard of the ship of Theseus? Okay, so there's a philosophical puzzle called the Ship of Theseus. Or a philosophical, like, experiment, I guess. So this was originally told, like, back in the ancient Greek days, whatever, as a thought experiment. But, so there's this guy, his name is Theseus, and he's got a ship, okay? And it's his ship. That's what we're talking about, the Ship of Theseus. And let's say that one of the planks of wood gets replaced. It's still the ship, right? It's still the Ship of Theseus. But if you repeat that process, eventually you can get to the point where every individual piece of the ship has been replaced. Then the question, you know, the intellectual exercise, whatever, is this really still the same ship? That's what Blizzard has done. still has the same name, but 0 of the original components are there. Or nearly 0. Same thing with Square. Square Enix today versus... So a lot of the people who worked on FF7 Remake very obviously never grew up playing FF7. And certainly the people who made FF7 are no longer around. But the people who are making Remake, a lot of them definitely... So, like, the Barrett's voice actor had played FF7, but Eris's voice actress didn't. In the abstract, that sounds horrible. That's horrifying. But then once you, like, play FF7 Remake and you realize that Eris isn't actually Eris anyway, Eris is some fanfiction version of her that doesn't actually have any connection to the real FF7 Eris, then it kind of makes more sense. Holding. How's your yup? Yeah, it's about to be even higher pressure when we switch to the laser beam nozzle. We're giving everything a once-over with the 15-degree angle nozzle. Then we switch to red. The laser beam is like... This thing destroys everything. This is godlike. Such power. Yeah, I hope we don't have to go inside. Maybe there's some methylamine left over that we could sell. Yeah, we're not even going to be able to clean that stuff up with the video game water. Oh yeah, we should crush it too. Crush it in that trash compactor thing that they've got at the junkyard. Then blow it up. Then crush it again. And then leave it, ditch it by the border with Mexico. Kind of hide it, but not too well. You want the police to be able to find it. kind of feel like this would punch a hole in the tire. There's someone at the door. Probably they want to talk to me about the upcoming election, because I'm in the mother of all swing states. But I'm gonna pretend I'm not home. I wonder if they watch my channel. I wonder if they're watching my channel while they're at work, knocking on doors. A lot of you are at work right now. Oh, so you know how, since we don't have the foot pedal anymore, related to that, KRD, since we don't have the foot pedal anymore, um, that means no more, like, slipper stuff. We still have a use for the Bulbasaur slippers. So you know how if your phone's on silent, but, like, it vibrates when somebody calls you? Um, you know how that's bad? Because it's, like, annoying to have your phone vibrate? What you can do is put your phone inside a Bulbasaur slipper. And that will absorb the vibrations, and now it's no longer annoying. Bulba slippers are extremely useful. Yeah. It's got exactly the right amount of padding, so you can't even tell when somebody calls. Or, like, texts you or whatever. Okay, this counts as right body. It's a metal piece. Okay, I guess we'll get that at the end. We might need, like, a ladder or a footstool or something to get to a new angle to finish the right body. 69%. Nice. Can we leave it like this? We're gonna have to get that from above. Lose Cloud? Yeah, Cloud ran away. Cloud went into hiding. Customer ever did that, I would take the red nozzle and point it at them and ask them to reconsider. Coercion is super effective. That would be really funny. Or they're just gonna get their water bill and it's going to be $69,000. Gonna have to get the windscreen from above. Seems like. No, I think I would just say that if they stop complaining about me using their water, that I won't tell the police about the meth lab in their RV. I think that's a good deal. Nobody needs to know about it, right? Yeah, so that's a way to get one of the endings of the video game. So I wonder if the real reason that Walter White started his giant drug empire was because he ended up having to pay. He ended up getting the water bill for my PowerWash Simulator jobs. It had nothing to do with cancer. He could afford the cancer. He couldn't afford my water bill. Okay, so this grill is going to take a long time. We'll do the grill last. There's got to be something big that I'm missing on this bumper. Here's some. We got the wheel wells. Outstanding? No, I'm actually laying on the ground right now. Okay, we got the bumper. Left body. So I think a lot of this I'm gonna have to climb up. Okay. It's roof time. So speaking of the word filth, in the context of this game, it would be cool if there was one of the levels was for you to clean up a cradle of filth. That's a reference to bad music. Like pop black metal. Cloud ran away again. Okay, sway, bro. So that's done. Everything on the back here seems to be done. I think it's more than a $300 job, actually, Colding. I think I'm probably getting paid $420 for it. Imagine if cleaning stuff in real life was this enjoyable. My house would be actually clean right now. I would probably, like, spill stuff just so I could clean it up. Okay, I think we just have the grill left, basically. We've got this. Front body is not done yet. Front body's done. Indicator. Whatever the starting brand is. We've done no upgrades. Just the grill. Yeah, this is no upgrades, no soaps. This is a hardcore run. We're probably also doing permadeath. See, the thing... See how I've got, right behind Cloud, you can see my money, right? It's currently 6,120. So, if I buy upgrades, that's money out of my pocket. That's less money that I have for hookers and blow. So if we can get by with our starting materials, then we have maximum money when we finish the game. Boy. Yes, I can. Yeah, we've got 20 minutes to finish this grill now. Then I'm probably going to be burping for a little bit. Hey, Blue Harvey. Are you enjoying the tow cam? Our foot pedal broke, so now we're using a keyboard. Instead of playing with our feet, we're playing with our toes. Don't know the answer to that, and I can't safely find out the answer to that. I can't find out the answer to that without risking crashing FF7, and I'm unwilling to risk crashing FF7. But I would guess that it's software. Job complete. New job available. Hey, FA, get yourself over here quick as you can. We got an urgent one for you. Thanks. Harper here. Just want to thank you again for gifting me the RV. I'm about to hit the road, heading for pastures unknown. She's so beautiful and so clean. I know you said not to, but I've sent some cash over. Maybe put it towards a washer upgrade? No thanks. We're doing no upgrades. Take care, and I'll keep an eye out for any interesting jobs for you. You're the best. Okay, we've got the fire helicopter and the forest cottage. We're going to do the fire helicopter next. Muckingham Fire Station, Main Street. Yeah, it should have been $420. Hey, FA. We got one heck of a dirty copter on our hands. Your buddy Cal got himself into a real spot of brother up on Mount Rushless. Poor guy was so delirious from volcanic fumes, he thought the mayor's hellish Feline was up there with him. He's fine now. The copter looks like something dug up from the bowels of the earth, which it nearly was. We've got TV crews arriving later. So if you can do what you do so well, it'd sure get us out of a jam. Thanks again, pal. Okay, we're getting $600 for this copter. I should ask for $690. Okay, we've got the, whatever you call that thing. This is a serious job. That's a lot of customers for the cryptocurrency. And the watches and the Bibles. And the sneakers. Yeah, apparently the fire department's got a helicopter. Well, are you paying the water bill to Weller? No? Well, then we've got a problem. Also, I don't think I can legally work in the United Kingdom. I would be in violation of immigration law. Hey, Polypolno. Are you enjoying the toe cam? Is anybody enjoying the toe cam? Does anybody prefer the toe cam to the foot cam? Rip foot cam. Long live the toe cam. Actually, it was a transcription pedal issue, but yeah. We're getting by with the wireless keyboard on the floor for now. No, I can't afford a camel. It'll be a real issue, and when it happens, it'll just be amusing. Also, if there are any negatives associated with it, it's easy to work around them. We can just keep our hit points below 7777. So it's not something that I've seriously thought about, but I know it's not going to be a problem. If we have to, we can work around it easily. Like, very easily we can work around it. But I would like to see it happen at least once. Yeah, we're critting a lot because the formula, the mathematical formula that determines percent chance of critical, is based in part on the difference between the attacker's level and the target's level. And since our level is super high, and the targets here are as low of level as they possibly can be, our crit rate is astronomical, and it's going to keep getting better and better. No, the crit rate is based on level. Level difference, I should say. That's why in the speed run, it seems like Demon's Gate crits a lot. That's actually true. He does crit a lot. You're not imagining it. And the reason Demon's Gate crits a lot is because the difference between Demon's Gate's level and your party's level is quite large by that point of the speed run. And you're probably, if there's a single stat that determines crit rate, it's luck. There's a separate calculation that'll be done where luck divided by 255 is also calculated. And luck over 255 is your percent chance of getting a lucky crit. But separately from the lucky crit mechanism, there's a mechanism based on the level. There are multiple different ways to get a critical hit. One of them is based off of your luck, but the way that you're seeing... the reason why you're seeing lots of crits here is not because of a high luck stat, it's because of high level. Although my luck stat is increasing as I level up, but the primary driver of the increased crits is the level. And the fact that I'm targeting low-level enemies. The South Park guy would probably just give up. At least he should. That South Park guy, you know he's a noob, because he's playing on a keyboard with his hands. Somehow we're not done with this tire. Okay, there we go. By Thor, do you mean Trey? Oh, okay. I'm not hip enough to know who the new streamers are. Yeah, but he became popular recently. And I didn't know anything about him prior to him becoming popular, and I still kind of don't know anything about him. I know what he looks like. So related to that one South Park episode, have you guys seen The Guild? That was the thing that made Felicia Day popular. The Guild was awesome. I should watch that again. Okay, we're gonna have to get a... We're gonna need the... whatever that is called. The equipment. In order to get an angle to shoot in there. The scaffolding. Okay, so this is called the snorkel, apparently. Cleaning our snorkel. Yeah, so it goes and it sucks up fish, and then it shoots the fish at the fire. That's what the snorkel's for. For getting the fish. Oh shit. Okay. Right, we cleaned our snorkel. Thanks to your mouth. I hope you approve of the way that I cleaned that snorkel. No upgrades, no soaps. Snorkel is 100% clean. Oh, there's another one for you, earmouth. Good job. This is an interactive stream. So these tires, they just don't want to... These tires are invincible. Have there been jobs where soap is required? I've just not bought any soap. There are jobs where soap is obviously, like, intended. Like, super obviously intended. Like, it would be way the fuck easier with soap, but I'm just not using it. It's not really a challenge, it's more just stubbornness. We can pretend to be environmentalists and say that we have some sort of, like, moral objection to soap. And then we're just going to ignore the fact that we're using, like, 20 times as much water because of the absence of soap. And ignore the fact that we're wasting a ton of fresh water. Yeah, we're sticking it to Big Soap. Okay, so there's some. Apparently there's a lot left on this landing gear. I'm just gonna say that this landing gear is clean. Maybe I need to get on top of it. Yeah, I need to get on top of it. That's it. Yep. Got it. We just need some jumping. Okay, can we climb the snorkel? Looks like we can. Yeah, the 50% mark happens during level 79. I have no idea, Polly. I don't think I've heard of it. But now I'm imagining, like, a Twilight Zone episode where somebody starts playing PowerWash Simulator VR, and then they take off their VR headset, and they realize that they just, like, murdered a bunch of people. With a gun that they thought was the controller for PowerWash Sim. That would be a good Twilight Zone episode. Okay, so this side as actual dirt. Dirt that's going to require the laser beam thing, since we're not doing soap. That dirt's not just coming off automatically with the yellow nozzle. Okay, I think Rika just got home. I'm probably gonna be AFK for a bit. Oh, I know what I can do. Here. There you go. See you soon. Okay, I'm gonna be able to stream for about another hour and a half. And then I have real life stuff for the rest of the day. There's your update on the situation. Oh yeah, it would be way nicer if it was helicopter number 69. Serious missed opportunity by the game devs. climb this leg. No idea where there's remaining dirt on the landing gear. Okay, we got it. Yeah, well, we have to spray everywhere. Well, now we are RB. Rip B. We're no longer burping. We're just herbing. I have another foot pedal. I'm not... the issue... So I have two identical pedals of that type. It's probably not a mechanical problem anyway. The issue is that I'm unwilling to do anything that risks crashing FF7, such as unplugging it and plugging it back in. I could almost certainly get the pedal working again, but it would be at the risk of 586 hours of progress, and I'm unwilling to risk 586 hours of progress. So for a variety of reasons, the answer to that question is no. If I were only a couple hundred hours in, I would reconnect the foot pedal. I would be willing to risk, and I would consider it at 300 hours as well, but not at basically 600. Arcanum will not be the next game. The next big game is going to be Persona 5. There's also a good chance that we'll never do Arcanum, depending on how long it takes for me to get comfortable with the keyboard on the floor thing. It's going to be easier. So Arcanum was going to be the next game under the assumption that the foot pedal, you know, like, was gonna keep working. There's a learning curve for the keyboard on the floor, and it's going to be easier for me to get through the learning curve to get comfortable for autopiloting the keyboard on the floor during Persona 5 than it will with Arcanum. So, Arcanum, Diablo, the status of if we'll ever do Arcanum, Diablo 2, and Vampire Survivors is now up in the air because of the pedal situation. If we still had the pedal, then we would have started Arcanum today. So the next big game is Persona 5. And then hopefully by the end of Persona 5, I'll be comfortable enough with the new setup to be able to take on games like Arcanum. The new setup is going a lot better than I expected. But Persona 5 should be a couple hundred hours, and then by then I should be pretty used to it. For the keyboard thing. Hopefully. If I'm not used to the keyboard by the end of Persona 5, then I'll never be used to it. Okay, the helicopter blades are a problem here. I need to get in there somehow. Okay, apparently I can't move that direction. Oh, okay, my fingers were on the wrong button. Keyboard keys. I hope. Do you approve of the fuselage being cleaned? How about the tail rotor drive shaft? Are you enjoying the toe grind in FF7? We have a toe grind now. We've graduated from playing with our feet to playing with our toes. Yeah, we're gonna cramp up all those experience points on Cloud. Okay, good thing we don't have fall damage in this game. Hail Satan. Oh, this shit's in the way. Well, can we lean this? Okay, this might actually help. This has been the least enjoyable level so far. By a pretty wide margin. Hopefully it's still able to put you guys to sleep. Tail rotor drive shaft. The problem. Okay, here's a good angle at it. Finally. Okay, we need to get in there somehow. This is the first level that's, like, actually a chore. Where oh, okay. Where it feels like we're actually working. Hey, Joe Gruff. Yeah, the foot pedal died. We're on keyboard now. Okay, good thing we don't have fall damage. This is going to be the most annoying part of the most annoying level. Hopefully no other levels are as bad as this one. Yes, and excellent fall damage resistance. Basically, yes. Mega. It's more of a toe pedal now. Reached the limit. Yeah, Silent Omega saw that. Silent Omega is aware of that situation. Silent Omega is the one who asked, how would you restart? Would you just cheat to get back to level 77? And I didn't answer the question because it was an extremely ridiculous question.
I'll try spinning. That's a good trick.
Hey, thanks to the Monitor 4 wave. Oh, you just got your white chocobo. Congratulations. This deserves a spin. This deserves a spin while drinking Mountain Lightning. Yeah, that was an excellent spin. I am more caffeinated now because you got your white chocobo. I'm more high fructose corn syruped, too. I say this. No, but I've considered a drug dealer simulator. Look up drug dealer simulator. If I play any other simulator game, besides SimCity, of course, during the level 99 grind, that'll be it. Okay, so these things you seem to only need to do a low percentage of before the game considers them complete. So that's good. We'll see. That sounds about right. But there's a lot more. There's a bunch of bonus content we have access to. We're probably about halfway through career mode right now. If that's what you consider as base game. So is everybody hyped for Persona 5? I don't know when it's going to start. This week is going to be a bit weird with regards to real-life stuff. This week might be pretty heavy on Fiscal Lizard. And maybe power washing when not Fiscal Lizard. Because of some real-life related things. But it's totally worth it to do these real-life things. They're essential for the channel to stay alive. Okay, so this giant thing is going to be the worst part. Okay. Yeah, so it had a low HP threshold. Cockpit ladder. Where is my cockpit ladder? So apparently there's a window that's not done. Okay, that's the window. Okay. Cockpit ladder. Okay, we need to get under it. Done. Rotor blades. We've done the tops of all of the rotor blades. Or in Mac Venture terms, that would be open the rotor. Operate, rotor, operate. Exactly. Okay, so we can painstakingly clean the bottoms of these. Just standing on the ground using the red jet. So once this level is done, that's when I have to end the stream, because I have real-life stuff to do. And then I can't predict what's going to happen tomorrow. All I can really say is that Arcanum is going to be the next... Not Arcanum. We're skipping Arcanum for now, and Persona 5 will be the next big game. But tomorrow could be any combination of more PowerWash Sim, Fiscal Lizard, or maybe just nothing. The rest of this week is going to be kind of weird. Maybe we'll read the Persona 5 manual on stream tomorrow. 3 left. That's the Gold Dragon fixed encounter. Talking about, I assume. Yeah, he shouldn't be that hard. And if he is, that's a major problem. It's possible for me to accidentally pause with the floor keyboard. Okay. One more remaining. We're finally done with this crappy level. We're probably not even get to see the helicopter blades spinning. That would have been a good trick. Job complete. Certainly the most annoying job by far. Flawless again. You're a class act, FA. As it happens, when the TV crews and senators found out we'd only rescued Cal and not the cat, they were a no-show. Still, at least the copter will be nice and clean to go back to Columbus. Thanks again. You're welcome here anytime. If you ever fancy adding an element of danger to your hose work, let me know. I'll put the word in. Okay. We only have one job currently available, and I have to do some real-life stuff. So, we're going to be ending here. I kind of... Well, we'll figure out tomorrow as it happens. We might be reading the Arcanum manual. We might be playing this. We might just do Fiscal Lizard, or some combination of those. But I'm not going to be able to stream late, at least. Thank you for hanging out. Let's... figure out what's going on. Ex-Soldier now has... Okay, so I'm really happy with the way that the toe pedal thing has gone. Way better than expected. There's been a really good test stream. The stream 27... No, 57. PowerWash. We're level 77. We have 1,146,000. $918 experience points. Is J-Rod? Oh, it's the Retro J. Okay, then we'll probably raid him. He's kind of picking a bad day to play FF7 because Zeal is currently doing like a partner anniversary thing and is sucking up all the FF7 viewers. 1146 918. We can toss some Retro J's direction. We are now at 46.76% completion. The next stream should get us to percentage level 47. That'll be nice. Live split is at about 587. Thank you for hanging out, everybody. Yeah, the keyboard is basically fine. I'm comfortable using the keyboard on the floor for Persona 5. We'll be starting Persona 5 soon. Maybe tomorrow. But like the next big game is Persona 5. It was going to be Arcanum, but I think it's going to be easier to do Persona 5 with a keyboard. And then by the time I'm done with Persona 5, then I should be fully adjusted to the keyboard. But a game like Arcanum is going to require too much of my attention for me to want to do it with the keyboard this early. I want to get better at keyboard before trying that. Does that make sense? Imagine that I just finished Dragon Warrior 1 with the foot pedal. I wouldn't go immediately from... Instead of going from Dragon Warrior... I wouldn't go immediately from that to a game like Arcanum. Instead, I went to Dragon Warrior 2 until I was comfortable. Okay. So we're stopping here. I'm going to put the laptop to sleep, and then we're going to raid the Retro J.